Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, need to lower the volume of that. Okay, So we've been a little busy since last episode. I did say I was going to be, but before we go over that, I need to quickly address a couple of things. One, just in case it happens again today, and two, for plans of next week. So firstly, I've not been able to identify what was causing the... I'm assuming it was an encoder issue on the YouTube stream for yesterday. It didn't look like it was constant, but it was definitely coming in waves. I've not seen that before, given that it only affected YouTube and not Twitch. This leads me to believe that it was either a problem with the AV1 encoder, which could have been caused by something Microsoft did in the update I installed that morning, or it could have been a problem with YouTube. Either way, if you see the stream, what it was doing was going basically very, very blocky, and I mean, sorry, massive white and pink squares over the entire screen. If you see that, let me know. And what we will do if it happens is I will need to temporarily disconnect OBS and we'll change to a profile that is using basically the same upload that I sent to Twitch. Because the way that I stream is that I'm dual streaming between YouTube and Twitch, but YouTube allows you to have 10K AV1 encoding. AV1 is more efficient and tends to give a better image. And YouTube allows you to send 10,000 kilobits per second upload and advises that for 60 frames per second 1080p stream, whereas Twitch only accepts H.264 and only will let you go up to 6,000. So because of the way graphics cards are designed, they tend to have dedicated hardware for each type of encoder and decoder. And my graphics card does have an AV1 encoder and an H.264 encoder, and it probably has an H.266 or 256 encoder, whatever it is, as well. So I can actually tell OBS to encode the stream twice, and because it's going through separate hardware paths, it doesn't give much of a performance issue. If I was to do 2 lots of H.264, that would give a serious performance issue. So our only option, if we do see that problem, is to basically do what most people do and just use a single encoder that's H.264, that's a lower quality, so Twitch is happy and YouTube will just have to deal with it. That's the only thing I can do. The other thing, I know what my plans are for next week now, including what we're going to do going forward for this game. I'm going to go back to what I was doing before all these releases came out, in that I was doing a Tuesday and a Thursday stream of a game that requires more thought, or isn't a simple game that doesn't require much thought and you can just laze around in. I was going with, I think at the time it was Slime Ranchers, but for now it's going to be Outward Station for the Tuesday and Thursday stream. We'll come back to this every Saturday, which is where I usually do my more relaxed streams, or a game that is more relaxed and doesn't require me to be constantly thinking about things. And that will be this. But I'll be continuing to play the game between now and then. I'm seeing my microphone peak on OBS, so 1 second, I need to tweak the compressor again. So yeah, that will be the plan. I'll be continuing to play this game between streams, but I'll try to leave anything important or any major things until the actual Saturday stream. With regards to what we got done between yesterday's stream today, we've obviously expanded our automation. We have one thing producing plates, one thing producing screws. This allowed me to make about 4,000 in money by producing effectively small cargo holds is what we were making. I was having to go fetch the copper from the system. Can we see it from down here? Oops. No, we can't see the star names from down here. We was heading over to here to get our copper. Basically, I was using the fact that this has these nodes specifically That's all copper, and they're all very dense copper. Each one of these, you can only mine them once, and you only get 1 crystal from it, but they smelt into 4 ingots. So yeah, we were doing that, made some money doing that. The other thing we did, we've leveled up science and tech by 1. So we're now at technology level 2 and at science level 3, which is on the other screen. This has given us access to crystalline structures, so we can actually make the crystallizer if we want. It also gets us access to an additional base, the construction tool Mark II, and a cockpit that has inbuilt, I believe, cargo capacity is what this one specializes in. We can also now see that the next type of construction tool will allow us to move facilities without disassembling them, and it's also where we get access to fueled power plants and the combustion generator for our ship. We're not going to be able to get to that today. There's no chance, but we'll easily have that done by next week. Because we need another... yeah. 450. Speaking of which, we're not going to be able to get that from this station alone, not without upgrading it, because we only have 200 more technological experience we can get from this place without building one of these. But we can also drop a second base, because we do now have access to that, so we can get technological experience from that. And, although I don't think we'll get to this today, we'll see how onerous it's going to be. The company HQ thing, whoops, wrong one, will get us an additional base that's shared for our entire company. I'm running a solo company, so that's basically an extra solo base. But that requires that we have 100 of this currency, which we get by way of completing our requests. The 5 that we have here will allow us to get access to fundraising, which will allow us to gift money from the corporate account and to give money to the corporate account. So we'll be able to put money in and take money out. I'm wondering whether or not corporate credits are one-to-one with normal credits. If they're one-to-one with normal credits, then this is not worth it. Straight up. Because we actually already have them on us. These are worth 40 apiece. So the reward for it, if it is one-to-one, is less than half the actual value that if I sold them. But we'll see. That's one of the tasks we're going to try to do today. Plan today. Missiles. Hand in the corporate contract. Find 2 restricted zones. I want to basically start getting through some of these that we can actually tick off. Upgrade our ship. Explore the last nearby sector that we can get to with our current fuel capacity. I've already explored this one. This one might be a reasonable location for another base. This one in particular? Or this one in particular, actually. Because not only does that give us copper and aluminium deposits, there's coal there, there's graphene there, there's the clay shells, which we know we're going to need for things. We might want to be on this one, and they're on the light side of the planet. This one might be worth it, depending on how much we actually need the water geysers and whether we can harvest them with a base or whether we need to actually harvest them with a ship. I don't know yet. But the only other sector that is in range of our ability or our fuel capacity to be able to get back to here is this one here. Any further away and we're not going to have enough fuel to return. So we also want to get this place explored. Alongside all of that, explore the expand to a second base somewhere. We need to make that decision whether we're going to go over to here and grab a dense copper node or grab a place that has copper and aluminium deposits. If we're getting copper and aluminium deposits, then coming over here is probably more worthwhile. But we'll see what's on this one as well. This is the plan, this is where we are, so now we need to make a start. We will grab... I keep misclicking. This first. Okay. Next task on that is going to be craft a single tube missile launcher. It also wants us to craft the upgraded construction tools. So let me unequip this. Let's put it back in our inventory. What do we need to upgrade the tool? 2 crystalline focus. What are we missing for that? Wire, because we jammed all the wire and things in here because we are out of inventory space. Oh, we're out of space in here. Okay. That's better. Stop. Forgot I had auto on. I crafted 400 wire before we started today. There we go. And equip it. Doesn't tell me how much we're going to get back for doing it though. Okay, dismantle a useless base building. I suppose we've been wanting to get rid of that for a while. How much does it cost to make one of those? 1 magnetic coil. So when there's only one item, do we get anything back at all? We got it all back. That's actually quite nice. That being the case, let's sort out how I wanted this to be. Grab the spare magnetic coils. Okay, that one can stay there. Is that in the wrong place? That's going to be in the wrong place, isn't it? It probably wanted to be here. Actually, no, I think... Is that going to be right? That's bang in the middle. That is right. It doesn't look like it should be, but I'm not factoring in the fact that these things actually overlap the grid space next to them. Which is apparently a very laggy operation. Okay, connect you up to here. You up to here. You can get wired up to there. Uneven ground. I actually wanted to disassemble one of these. I think it was that one. I can't remember if I've emptied them yet. because we're actually out of base footprints, because for reasons I cannot explain, the developers thought that these solar panels that only give you 10 power should take 10 footprints. These all take 4 apiece. That takes 3, or these take 3 apiece, these take 3 apiece. That's 5 apiece. But yeah, for whatever reason, 10 apiece. Landing pad is 1, this is 3. In fact, how the devil do we have 50? Unless this here takes footprint. So 10, 20, 25. They're 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's another 3, 7. 21. Okay, I can see how that's adding up then. That thing there is another 1, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25? 25. And then I've got to assume... I don't know, if that's 25, then that's 25 plus 25 is 50. Okay, nice. Fair enough. But still, I don't think they should be 10. Not for the amount of power they give. They should either give twice as much power, or they should only be 5 footprints. Why they're 10 is beyond me. Either way, we can't expand this base any further without either tearing down something already that we already have, or either by taking down something we already have, or building this, which we do want to build here eventually. But I would kind of prefer to have a second mine up and running. One stainless plate, 10 concrete. Okay, industrial rubble. We didn't get that back. So let's put the industrial rubble in here, and we only got 5 of the concrete back. That should leave us with 3 footprints. How much power? I'm wondering if I can... Well, the problem is when... No, I can't. I was going to say, I wonder if I can remove the solar power solar plants, but I'm not going to get back most of the materials from it, so it's not worth it. So we're not going to be able to plant another mine unless we do something like get rid of this. So I think we'll just wait until we can get this. We've got most of the materials we need for this. The magnetic coils is probably going to be the biggest pain in the ass. The structural beams we may actually have now. Yeah, we have enough structural beams. We need to get some more aluminium. We have the copper. Whether we have the wire to make the coils, I don't know. Yeah, we're not far from being able to build this. And that will give us another 50 footprint. Which will, at the very least, allow us to slap down another mine, although we won't have the power for it. But it does mean that we can max out 3 of these. And then we can potentially dedicate or put a 4th one down and get that producing steel for us, because we are going to need a lot of steel as well, which is one reason why we may not want to do that. So as we noted yesterday, making small steel part casings, one of them takes 12 beams, which is 24 steel. which is slightly less than that in iron and copper. But it still means that like, even the smallest one of these is going to take a lot of steel. Anyway, missiles. So, we'll do the thing it wants us to do first. It wants a single tube launcher, which is there. We have the bits to make that, but I want an extra parts kit or module kit so that we can sell it. I don't know what small cartridges are supposed to be for. They're a type of ammunition, but it doesn't give us access to any weapon that uses small cartridges. Okay. And then it wants us to equip it to our ship. It's probably going to want us to then make ammunition for it. So we'll skip ahead of it and make 10 missiles? 25 missiles? We may not have enough solid explosives. Well, enough to make the solid explosives. We're going to need some more carbon, I think. Let's just make the lot of this and see where we are. I think I've already converted any pyrite that I've got. To sulfur. But I know of a planet with sulfur on it, so we can get some more as we're heading elsewhere. Although it's the charcoal we're running out of, or the carbon we're running out of, and we can get that on the planet next door to us. That's why this is a semi-useful location. Be slightly more useful over there because of the existence of carbon, but we can get so much more iron here, and you do still need iron. Okay. I need to quickly deal with something on Galactic Tycoon. Nope, don't make a second lot. Ship has arrived at locations. I need to just manage this, send it back to the exchange. We can take the more fuel efficient path. Okay, so that's 5 missiles. Yeah, so we do need to make 25. And that's enough for 25. Okay, so we have the launcher, we have the missiles. Is there anything else we need to do here before we leave? That's all coming with us. This all stays here. Those go into storage. That goes into storage. That comes with us. That comes with us. I could make some more things to sell, but we'll see whether or not we need the money later. We can always come back. The trip back here doesn't take that long. Oh, Galactic Tycoon is telling me that my hauler has landed, which is important because my production has stopped. Send that back to the exchange. There we go. All the production is happy. There's still a little bit more left of the exchange for me to pick up. Some more iron. But I don't need to pay attention to that anymore. Okay. Got rid of it. Got rid of it. Okay. I think That's everything. Let me just check there's nothing in here I want to be. I did manage to find a crashed ship, but we can't do anything with this. We need a recycling plant. At least it says we need a recycling plant for the steel. I'm assuming we need it for all of them. But there's no information of where the recycling plant comes from. It's not on the main tech tree. So I don't know where that is in the tech tree. We also managed to find some of this, which is one of the things we're going to be taking with us, because there's a research for them which will let us get the cores and allow us to make some more things. We actually got that from... was it this planet? No. It was on the dark side of, yes, this planet. But because of where this is, it's very, very close to the edge. So you can actually get near enough to it, or I could actually get near enough to it, that I could dart in, grab a piece or two before my power ran out. And then I didn't need to get very high or very far back up into space before I could recharge. But doubling my battery capacity will allow me to harvest that when we need it. I've still not found a way to make fuel, though. I'm not using the HOTAS today. There was one too many niggles and annoyances with it. Then I'm just using keyboard and mouse again. It was more an exercise to see if we could, not necessarily whether or not we should. Okay. Yeah. Might as well go to here first and equip the missile launcher. Although I didn't see how much system draw the missile launcher had. How much is it going to further mess with our heat production? That's a question I never answered. Shipyard. That is actually surprisingly inexpensive. Collectively, the components for making ships cost more than that does. The other thing we can do while we're here is grab a restricted area location. Because I don't think I found one. We found a down ship, but I don't think that appears to be a restricted area.
Docking procedure started.
So I want to get through some more of the contracts. Just in case there's like they're effectively the tutorials, but just in case there's something there that we're missing. Like we still don't know what or how to make patches. We know what patches are, they're upgrades. And I believe one of those upgrades may be a support increase. Or a support use reduction. Okay, run this through here. The patches seem to be something you can craft, because I did look them up on there's a database thingy. Yeah, that's now... Yeah, we're now at 1,940 system. That's a problem. Hopefully it's not relevant in the near term, but that is definitely going to be an issue in the long term. Until we can upgrade the hull. Okay. Craft blasting missiles and assign it as a skill. Craft blasting missiles and assign it as your skill ammunition. Oh, I see. Skill settings. Uses missiles to destroy shells of hardened rocks containing precious metals. Your ship is now ready to blast some shell resources. Fire your blasting missile at them. I don't think there's any of the particular type I'm looking for here. Did I bring something with me that I wanted to straight up sell? Yes. Wanted to sell that, and that's for research. God, I brought those with me for research. Our other research should be done, so let's get this jammed in. Okay. And put this in. Into the mining bureau.
Do you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Resource restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
Okay. Why'd you open the map? I'm not sure why I opened the map.
Thanks. You can come back anytime if you need more.
Discover and complete more restricted areas. It didn't show me where one was, it just pulled up this. I gave them money and they gave me nothing for it. You pulled up the sector map. That's all it did. That tells me nothing. Well, there's a restricted area somewhere in here. Where is it then? I'm not seeing anything in the information over there. There's nothing on the left-hand side either. I did buy a location. You didn't tell me where it was. It's not shown on the map. Is there a special icon somewhere? Is that it? There it is. Okay. So it's here. Okay, we'll fill up and go that way first. Actually, no, we'll complete the Corpo contract first. Are there shell resources in this sector? Yes, there's some on that planet. You may as well go get that added to the encyclopedia. Okay. Planet we're after is behind that one. In fact, I remember we found those elsewhere. Okay, there's some over there, so we'll do it on this planet because... Oh no, there's less people over here now. I was worried there might be a few too many people over here to find them. So we'll find one and we'll blast it and see what we get from it. Shells. I think this is the dark side. That's landing behind it. Okay. We'll keep going until we've identified every type of material that's inside these. And I'll try to remember to pick up some more sulfur before we head back to base. Need the two rarest things now. We'll see if we run out of missiles before we find it. create a quantum beacon and gather information about the deposit. Gather 4 calcified invariants and study them in the laboratory. Which I think is the rare material we can get from this. We'd fly faster than our missiles. I fired the missile before we hit it. And it exploded when we hit it. And I was braking. Twelve missiles left. There are some places back in our... I don't think they're in our system. Even they're in the system over. Has some of these, I think. There we go, that's one of. I need 4 of it. Although that doesn't tell us that in here. But what does this do? An experimental method of high-speed communication. This beacon can instantly reveal its position to a quantum signature across the galaxy, no matter where it is. That isn't what it sounded like it was supposed to do. Experimental method of high-speed communication. This beacon can instantly reveal its position to a quantum signature across the galaxy, no matter where it is. I assume we can use this to mark deposits. This beacon can instantly reveal its position to a quantum signature. So yeah, I suspect that this is a tool for marking deposits you found that you may not have the time to exploit there and then. Nine more missiles to get 4 more. I don't think that's happening. What we could check though. Damn it. The one that is in the systems next to us doesn't have that material in it. But if we're going to go shell mining, it looks like we need to bring like 100 missiles with us. So we will need to grab some sulfur on the way back home. At the very least, this will make us some amount of money, which will be useful. All these gemstones. And once we have a shipyard back home, then we'll probably do that before we directly upgrade the ship. Just because if we make the shipyard, then we can decide what we're doing before we leave our base and equip ourselves for that. So, like, if we've no intention of going to collect these shells, we can take the missile launcher off. All of this is a me problem because we decided to expand or build our first base in a sector that doesn't have a station in it. So we are limited until we have access to larger fuel tanks. Once we have access to larger fuel tanks, we could actually then bring the fuel back with us and store it. I've not found a way to make fuel. The wiki hasn't shown any way that that's possible, just putting it in a container that you can keep in your cargo hold. I wonder if that's the way to do it. We would have to pay... Do we have access to that yet, by the way? No, it's next. Yeah, wrong screen again, sorry. Because we can now get this at least. So we can make confinement chambers. It's just going to take a while. This is an upgrade for the ship. Bloody hell. But that's 1,000 liters. We could actually probably get away with that because the only thing we'd really want to use that for is to be able to move fuel from the main station to our station so that we can explore out from there without having to go back to the main station all the time. Because, yeah, that's a tank of 1,000, which is 5 times larger than the base tank. And we can store it in this. But in the event that we didn't want to do that, $50 mag plasma and 1 bottle. And that is 25 in size. So we in theory could load up our ship with fuel, then craft this. Or rather, craft this. Bring that over and unbottle it. We don't have access to the bottling plant, but and then unbottle it and put it into the mag plasma system for later use. Is a way we could do it. Or alternatively, we could just make one of these and just carry it ourselves. Four missiles left. I don't think we're going to get the 4 that we need. May have to keep our eye out for them. Sulfur nearby. There is sulfur in a nearby system. I could just nip to there and grab it. We are now getting to the dark side of the planet, so let's head away. Head towards the light. Nope. Still, decent amount of money we'll make from all of that. Let's get back into orbit and head elsewhere. We need to go that way. I believe there's sulfur in this system. Pyrite formite, sulfur stone, yes, there is. Okay. It's an extra jump. But let us grab some sulfur, and then we can make some additional missiles. What else do I need for the missiles? Silicon gel. We've got some quartz, so we can make silicon gel. Metal sheets, so iron and sulfur and carbon. Does this planet have iron on it? It does have pyrite outcrops and coal crops, so it is everything we need. How much quartz have we picked up? 9, that's more than enough. What can we do with quartz powder? Contained in craft. We can make it from silicone and that. I wish it showed me a used in. I may have to start just using the wiki. Do I still have that open? Not in a minute. Let me reopen that. Our weapon, laser's going to overheat real quick now, isn't it? We're almost 2,000. That's not too bad, that could be worse. That's pyrite. Pyrite's still sulfur. I think 1 pyrite is 10 sulfur. Solid explosives. Each sulfur is 10. And then we need 2, so we're probably going to want around about 50 sulfur. It's iron. A bad kind of iron. Isn't this the planet that also has coal? Sandstone deposits. coal is in blue or purple. Remind me what is in that mineral. Is it sandrite? No, it's siderite. Iron, carbon, calcite. We do need iron, we do need carbon, but it's iron ore. We're going to want about 50 carbon as well. Was blue right? Coal clumps, yes. Quartz, coal. The one thing I wish I could do with the notes system in Steam is I want to be able to get rid of, or when I pin something, I want to be able to entirely hide the title bar, or the toolbar. Because it leaves it a little bit... it means I can't put the note right at the top of the screen. It ends up being a little bit further down, which is a little annoying. It's 36. I don't actually know. We don't need as much carbon as we need sulfur, do we? No, it's 2 carbon, 5 sulfur. Okay, let's find some more sulfur. Okay, and with the pyrite, that's more than enough. Now we could just use a little bit more iron. We have the inventory space. We'll go with the less effective or efficient iron. From a storage space point of view, we don't need much iron, I don't think. Where are we going from here? Succeeds, and then across. bunch of iron coal nodes, but very little iron. There we go. A little bit more storage space. I think we get edging towards the dark side of the planet again. Where's the sun? That way. We do not have enough storage space to be able to get one more piece of iron and store it. Excellent. Give me the experience. Okay. That's where we're going. Either of those, but is one more optimal than the other? That one is technically. We just go straight to that one. And I want to say it's not that one. Yes, Janice. That was the mistake we made last time. We escaped Janice because of playmate issues and went to that system over there. The game actually wants us to find and destroy 4 other types of shells, but we only found 1 so far. Well, we know where there's another one, we've just not been to it to blow it up. Okay, let's sell our valuables, make some more missiles. We sell these. We should have got the missile launcher a long time ago. That's an easy way of making money. I think he just gave us the achievement for the quartz powder can be turned into silicate. And we've actually got ourselves enough silicate for concrete now to build that upgrade. But while we wait for this, let's get that web page open again if we can find it. What's SpaceCraft Wiki? What was it? There's a game wiki, but there was something else that got linked to. It'll be in my history. That is not the best. No, that's a terrible wiki. There's a better one. Let me get the better one. History. It's not those. It's not that. Where are you? There you are. SpaceCraft.tool has a much more pleasing interface. Quartz powder. Crafted by used to make concrete. It can be used to make concrete in the smelter. It makes concrete more efficiently in the smelter. We do not have that recipe yet, though. And otherwise it can be used to make silicate. Or silicone ingots. I go to concrete. Blueprints, loot level 4. Okay. We need to figure out what these blueprints are. There appears to be a lot of useful stuff behind them. Convert the pyrites. Make the explosives. I don't think we're gonna have quite enough 50 missiles, but we'll be getting close. And don't we need silicone gel for one part of this? Yeah, okay. I don't want to convert the silicates. I'm going to keep the whole of the quartz powder if we can use it to make concrete more efficiently, because that's kind of a... concrete's kind of a pain at the minute. Oh yeah, metal sheets. They take 2 apiece. These take 5. So we need 7. Or we can make 7 runs. Let me just grab a calculator. 55 divided by 7. 7 lots. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, damn it, no. I was reading the bottom number, not the top number. Now we have a bunch of spare airframes. Let's see if we can't grab some more sulfur as we go in. What's taking up most of the inventory? It's the silicates. But I don't want to throw it away. We'll throw them away if we need the extra space for something. They shuffled things around or added extra bits. Okay, refill the plasma.
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
Solar Lamba. Silo Lamba, rather. "25 missiles is going to be enough one way or another." Okay, the restricted area is here. Do we know where here? Here? Or just on this planet? The base to Jack. I assume that's somebody's base. Yes. It's almost on the dark side. Let's orient ourselves to blue, because that'll get us going in the right direction. going to do a few more scans just to see if we can find the other materials that are around. Are there any nodes? There is a deposit somewhere. There's the deposit. Has that been added to the scanners? Not yet. We need to get closer to it. Yeah. I assume that was near enough. That wasn't near enough. Okay. Still one more kind of resource we've not found that's outside of a point of interest. I had to guess it's probably graphite. I could be wrong. Side right, although the thing that is in a point of interest wasn't in that one. For the exploration experience, if we're going to do it partly, we may as well try and do it fully. So many people have built their bases around here. There we go. Okay, there's graphite in there. There's the last thing. See if we get to keep these resources this time round. Okay, I see how this is going to work. We can't craft with it. Looks like something we should be able to turn on. Hey! We have a patch! We found our first patch. Is that a recipe or just an item that we can use? That's just an item. Produces heat generation. Enhances, or this enhancement can be permanently attached to a spaceship's module. If the module is recycled, the attached patch has a 50% chance of being preserved. Blueprint, crystalline focuser. Where can we see our blueprints? Suppose the encyclopedia is probably the best place for it. Restricted areas. Contractors might be or might find complexes belonging to various factions on the surface of the planets. These are mostly buried facilities. Are accessed through a surface elevator that may sometimes be locked by an access key. Such areas contain restricted data that you need to find to complete the area. Leaving the area without completing it will reset. The completed area can no longer be visited. This is a detailed plan for the necessary instructions of building a ship module. Uses crystallizate matrices to make focuses. Might actually be cheaper. Are we all done? How do we know if we are done? How are we not complete? What? Oh, right. We need to do this. Data. Company. Okay. Most existing space stations in the Atlas Galaxy are built and operated by the company. Its affiliate worker program helped it secure a quasi-monopoly on the extraction and processing of natural resources after the buyout of its competitors, United Industries. It maintains long-term partnerships with the Republic, as well as other conglomerates. It is currently headed by Martin J. Miller. Okay, so maybe we didn't actually finish the previous area. Although now we have no spare space. We're going to have to dump some stuff. We can't do anything with hull wreckage at the minute, so that can go. Where did we get all the iron nuggets from? I thought we processed all our iron. That's a multiple of 4. We could probably get rid of some of the quartz, actually. Quartz isn't actually that hard to come by. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, may as well keep the quartz then. Did we finish getting everything on this planet? We did. Okay. Reserve is complete, so we want to head to Halia and then follow the names. There we are. Yeah, the Mechanicus completed. Okay, so before we do the next one of those, we need to make sure we have an empty cargo hold. Kind of figured that may have been the case. I wasn't sure. There it is. And I think it was that one. Let's check. Yeah. Was there any shells on the planets here? We definitely scanned at least one of them. We scanned both of them. There are shells on that planet. There are not on that planet, but we didn't find everything on this planet. Hopefully they're not harvesting the last of whatever the resources are. All I need to do is ping them. Okay, not here. Damn it, I wish I could control the rotation of the ship. There it is. Poor Terry flying straight the way across. Doesn't realise that parabolic flight is a much better way to get between points of interest. Hello, what are you? Ah, right, yeah, we couldn't scan you previously. An actual aquamarine crystal. And a down ship. Somebody's already there, so there's not going to be much left of it. Not what we wanted. Let's head over to the station. Yeah, should be over in that direction. It's still trying to treat me as if I'm in orbit. Well, I'm not in orbit, in atmosphere. There we go. We convert the iron down into plates. It does reduce their size, right? Cell sheets. The iron is 1 SU, the plates are 1 SU a piece. So no, it's better to keep them in ingot form then. They inventory space reasons. Okay, I believe I talked to you.
Is there any way I can help you?
I thought I was supposed to hand it in to you. Collect and deliver the requested materials to Joseph. I have them. Or 3 small modular kits. It said collect and deliver though. It just says deliver resources to Helicom, which is where we're at, right? Yeah.
Looking for something?
Is there any way I can help you?
Is there any request available?
Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
They need to do that in a better way. It says ask if there are requests available, not hand in existing requests.
Congratulations. Now that you have fulfilled this first corpo request, you'll find that your reward includes a handful of license points. These license points can be spent by a corpo's owners to benefit all of its members. Open your corpo interface to discover all the advantages that license points can unlock.
It better not ask me to unlock the top leftmost one first, because I don't want that one. I want the money one. Open the corporate list. Go to licenses. Okay, good. That completed the quest. Because the top right one is this one. You can buy corpo permits. But it doesn't tell us what corpo permits are. You know, we should probably see what corpo permits are first. All of these first 3 just cost 5, so they don't cost much to get. And this could be more useful than the ability to take money out of the corpo.
Excellent. Now that you've gone through these first steps, you are allowed to take PM wholesale contracts. These long-term commitments are more demanding, but they're the best opportunities the Corporation Desk can offer. As a company affiliate, you can benefit from their guidance in automating your production to help reach the high efficiency levels that wholesale contracts demand.
Okay, the next thing he wants us to do is talk to Joseph again. Do I really have to accept the wholesale request here? There's a station just 1 sector away from my base that has these guys at them, or has corpo requests at. I have to go through 3 sectors to get here. My production facility is 3 sectors away. Let me use the nearest one. Okay, corpo permits, what is this? Okay, yeah, I can see why this might be useful. Increases the number of contracts corpo can accept. Increases the corpo credit gain when completing requests. Increases reputation gain when completing requests. As long as the corporate has enough license points and is not in negative credits, it gains reputation every day and loses 1 license point per reputation gained. Increases all of the corporation's storage areas in space stations. Increases the maximum number of shared ships the corpo can have. Increases the maximum number of share. Okay, yeah, you need to have a corporation. Period. Even if you're playing solo. There is no way around it. Because playing solo, you're only allowed At least 2 bases. I'm guessing there's a third unlock later in the tree that we can't see. You get 1 in this one here, which is chopped off. That there. I'm assuming one of these 2 must have a second one. The question then becomes, how easy is it to make corpo credits? I really do not want to have to come all the way back here to deliver your sodding goods.
Is there any way I can help you?
Okay, accept a level 1 request for iron ingots, or another. Why him? I don't want to have to come back here to deliver it.
Is there any way I can help you? Is there any way I can help you? Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Aluminium ingots, copper. 500 ingots. I mean, I'm going to have to manually modify my ship with extra cargo holds to do that. Until I have a second ship, and I can just swap between the 2. Manually making the aluminium is going to be a pain in the ass. We are going to be expanding our base that is currently making... It's not making iron. It's making iron products. The other base, however, that we're probably going to make today is going to have access to copper and aluminium. Plan is to increase our iron production one way or another, so we'll grab the iron one just because we can get started on it immediately.
This is a promising step. By taking on a wholesale request, you are entering the highest playing field. In order to meet that significant demand, you could invite more people to join your corpo. At some point, however, you should also consider automating your production line.
I already have an automated production line. It's 3 sectors away.
Since you're affiliated with the company, I suggest that you meet with Ida Lynn and ask her about automated base construction.
It's already automated. Okay, complete one of level 2 corpo requests using an automated base output. But it's not telling me I have to pick that one up from here. But here's the question. Fuck you! Developers, there's more than one location that you can get these quests. You should not be forcing players to come back here for this mission. Allow them to accept it anywhere else. The second one allows me to accept it from anywhere else. That's annoying. Really annoying. Our base is over here. But there's one of these thingies in this system here. It's right next door. Never mind. Okay. We need to nip by the shipyard. I suppose they're trying to force you to come here because this is the nearest place that has a trading nexus, but it's still a long way away. For me, at least. Because we decided to put our base out of the way, where we was less likely to be bothered. Okay. Reclaim some inventory space. 500 back. And we already established that converting it to metal sheets would increase the amount of storage, so we shouldn't do. What about converting the steel ingots to structural beams? No, that's just going to result in equal amounts. Although there's nothing else... no, we can do that when we're back at base. There's nothing else we can use it for, but... Consume the quartz and some wire. These will get used eventually. Actually, stop. Okay, from point of view of quartz, that's not worth it. Because it's 1... Oh no, that's 1 to 11. I thought that was 1 to 5. Huh. That's strange. I think I see why. Basically, for all of these are the recipe output. It gives me the recipe output here. And it's telling me that I can make 64 with the amount of copper that I currently have, total. Not that I can run it 64 times, but I can make 64 total. This one's telling me I can run it 5 times using quartz. I don't like that inconsistency. I would rather this function exactly the same as the rest of this, because the rest of this all functions that way. It tells you how many you will get as a result of the outputs, rather than, because again, this one here. This is the only bit that doesn't do that. That is weird. Okay. Let's convert this, and then we'll convert them into fixed line focuses. Is actually increasing how much space they use, but we're about to consume most of that. They'll get used eventually. I think that increases how much space they use. That, in theory, decreases. We do have some carbon on us. We could convert the iron down just so that we have a bit more space before we start doing the next task. Convert it into steel. We're going to need the steel. We know we're going to need the steel. And before we can make more explosives, we may need more sulfur, which we'll get on the way back. Okay. While that runs, because that's going to take a second, we can remove things from our to-do list. We've done the missiles, we've done the bit for the corpo contract, but we're going to have to do other bits as well. We're going to need to expand the first base before we build our second base. We can do the restricted zone contracts in a bit, but we need to head back to our base, We'll see if we have enough to expand the base so that we can start or greatly increase our iron production. So we'll expand the first base. Improve iron production. I want to test something. Turn off assemblers. See if footprint goes down. I'm expecting it won't. I'm expecting I would have to remove the assemblers to reduce the footprint. Then, once we've got the iron producing faster, we'll do the restrictive zone contract. So we'll find another restrictive zone, because then we can get all the materials from it. And hopefully not overload our ship. Then we can look at making the shipyard. That's a good question. So, the shipyard specifically is something I would want at my main headquarters for the Corpo, rather than at my outpost. We'll think about that. Okay. And yeah, converting it to that doesn't reduce its density. We could install this patch to get that quest done. What would we install it on?
Hey, you're new here, right? This is the shipyard.
Select item. Ah, right, we need to take the item off. Can't see our patches from here. I don't really want to put a patch on something that we can't repair. Not unless we could make the patches, which we can't do. Does missile launch have a durability? It does not. But I don't think it generates heat either. The mining laser is the main thing that I'd want to reduce heat generation on. But we're going through them pretty quickly. And I'm going to use a different kind of engine, so I'm not going to worry about that patch quest for now. Find a suitable module to install a patch from your inventory. Talk to the shipyard clerk. Let's hide that because we have too many things on our list at the minute. That'll get done. Oh, we've already taken that off. Yeah, take that one off for now. Okay. Can't do anything with the trade nexus at the minute. We need to get ourselves 2 more calcified invariants.
Future initiative.
which we can do from this system. Specifically from that planet. Yes, just generally anywhere on this planet. Oh, there's sulfur on this planet as well. We don't have sulfur anywhere nearby our main base that we're aware of. And sulfur isn't very space dense. That's a lot of sulfur. Let's missile this first. Is that thunder, or is it really just really windy outside at the minute? It is very breezy today. It doesn't say thunder. One more. Hey, at least we found everything that's in here now. We do still need one more, though. There we go. Let's see if we can't find one more lot of sulfur. A whole bunch more of those. Is it worth me? Wrong menu. Nah, it's not really worth me. Spare them, save the missiles for the stuff back in our sector. These are mostly copper, and copper is something that we're always going to need more of. Oh no, these are these iron ones. Damn it. These are iron ones, not copper ones. Sulfur. My main concern about the corpo stuff is the fact the money rewards you get for it are nowhere near the value you get for them selling materials. They're like at least half as much, if not less. So let's actually just do the math before. So 500 of that would be worth 2,500. We're getting less value in credits than we are, or in corpo credits, than we are for the materials. I need to have access to the ability to these two. Unlocks the ability of enemy to give credits to the corporation. If I can give money one-to-one to the corporation, then doing corpo requests no longer has any point once we've been able to get enough of these to unlock everything in here. Once we have enough of that, what is it called? Yeah, once we have enough license points, then it ceases to be valuable to do these. Because if I can put money in 1-to-1, then I can sell these on the market, just on the base market, where I get a terrible price for it. And I'll make, or be able to put more money into the corpo than I would do otherwise. So, we'll see whether or not that balance needs any tweaking. So, we need to go to Cryobeta. Let's go through this one next time, this time round. So, where are you? There. Oh, WL is this one. And then from here, let's go to here, then here, then here. We'll just pass through systems we've not been to yet. Just because it will expand the visibility, or our visibility on the map. EVS. Into here. To the dock, which is over there. Even though I can't see its name, I know it's over there. Shouldn't... Oh no, we've already claimed it. I was going to say, shouldn't I have had something going in here? But no, it looks like we've done it already. We do now have 400 or 4,800 credits, so we can buy more base permits. We actually have the things we need to be able to start asteroid mining. The Illyrium core is the main thing that's a little bit of a problem, just because getting the materials for it is hard. But we know where we can get it. If we can get a little bit more batteries installed, then we can brute force that. How expensive was the shipyard again? That's the main thing that concerns me. If I end up having to pick this or tear this up, then I'd rather not lose that. Or at least not until we have an automated supply of it. Which I guess does mean that the next location we probably should exploit is one that has copper and aluminium. It would be good if I could find a location that has 2 copper and 2 aluminium, but I've not found anything that looks like that at the minute. Okay, so we do need 3 for this. And then 1 to make the resulting thing afterwards. I don't think we have anything else that we want to do here. Actually, no, there is something else. Is there a mining bureau? There is, okay.
Do you need any help?
Uh,
Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
let's go restricted area because that's where the quest is. Did that? That didn't do anything. Is it because I still
Do
have...
you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous.
Okay, so that gets
but
more
scrappers
expensive every time we
usually
use
get
it.
Good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates if necessary.
Of course it is.
Thanks. You can come back anytime if you need more.
Okay, that's fine. I was hoping there'd be one in this sector, and it wasn't going to send us back a sector. There's a task for later. In fact, back to the shipyard. That one is done, so that's nice. Okay, that's a nice little quality of life thing. This one is green because it's done. This one's blue because it's not. Don't know what we're supposed to do about the blueprints. If I sell it, can I no longer use it? Can be read by a human or a machine. We can't sell the data about the company, but it takes up space. Unsellable. So I think we'll just drop that when we get the opportunity. Can I sell the blueprint? Let me see if somebody's asked on Discord, and if not. I suppose rather than selling it in Discord, we can sell it, or sell it on not Discord. Selling it here, we may be able to put it up for sale at the trade thing and sell it to another player. Oh, the blueprint actually doesn't take up any space anyway. We can sell it for money, but it doesn't take up space, so we may as well keep it. We'll keep it and we'll put in one of the we'll put in the company chest. Although I may pick that up because that takes a footprint. And if it takes a footprint, we're better off just using the warehouse. Because it holds 500, the warehouse holds 2,000. It takes 1 footprint, the warehouse takes 3. Okay, refill. Let's head home. We have some work to do. Do I want to grab a bit more sulfur? while I'm on my way. Top of our cargo hold. Because I can't get sulfur where I'm going. At least not as far as I know yet. There's no white clay in my system, is there? There's some here, but it's in the dark side of the planet. There's clay shells here. I'm gonna go blow up those clay shells and fill the rest of our inventory with whatever they dropped. So Delphine should be down, but we've... There it is. I do hope they change the flight mechanics. I don't like how it keeps floating back. It doesn't try to center where we was. We go up and it comes back down again. That's... why? Because I have to counteract that. And just having to fight it, and so if you look all the way down, it tries to rotate around. It's a spaceflight game. Give me 6-axis freedom. Axis is freedom. Okay. That planet over there is very popular. So I've come into this system a few times because of there's a point of interest there that has some crystals on it that are very, very good if you need a very quick amount of copper. But I have noticed that this planet over here is very busy with people. They may all be part of the same corpo. I don't think there's anything special on that planet other than the shells, and it's not like we can't get those shells from elsewhere. There's a dense iron deposits over there, I suppose. Just make sure that the shells aren't in a point of interest. No, they're just around. They're fairly common. Good. Burn our remaining 16 missiles on them. Did we forget to sell our gems? We forgot to sell our gems, didn't we? We did. Thankfully, they don't take up much space. Ironite, that's what we was hoping to see. We need a whole bunch of that. That's used for thermal stuff. Alongside aluminium. Although it does appear to be a heavy rock. We'll fill up our inventory as much as we can. I wanted to launch the missile and dive over the top of it, but it doesn't lock on unless, or it doesn't appear to lock on properly, unless you're going pretty slow. That was a lot of structural damage. Aquamarine. We do need to start saving up any gems we find, or minerals. Ah, this is in the dark side of the planet. Is that why I never went for it? It's only just in the dark side. We go up a bit. Okay, there it is. Can we get enough height to recharge? There we go. Okay, and that gives us the ability to ship fuel around. I still don't know how we're supposed, or if we can make fuel though. That's the one question we've not been able to answer yet. Even on SpaceCraft tools, it doesn't seem, or at least not in the same breath, it doesn't seem to list a location whereby you can or a recipe for actually making the fuel itself. Oh, we've exceeded our maximum storage. Significantly. I don't think we're allowed to warp either. How much of what's in clay shells have we found? Okay, so there's a material that we don't know about yet in here. This is the main thing we want the clay shells for, though. We also get aluminium from it. I suppose we can dump some silicate at this point. Wants to be multiples of 3 anyway. Do I actually have any in the back of base? I can't remember. Yeah, has to be that much. Okay, home we go. Should be this away-ish. Behind the planet? Must be behind the planet. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me just do a quick bit of math. I'll do this in the calculator because I can't bother to do it in my head. 28, 28, 32, 15, 17. Bollocks. 120. If we want to go explore that system, which we do want to do, it's the next, or it's the only other system that's nearby our base, so system that's one jump away. which are the minute before we actually get fuel stored on our base, means we can only visit it once before needing to head back to refuel. But we can now at least think about starting to store fuel. I forget, did I find... I did try to brute force... Yeah, we found one of them. Okay. So before we do anything else, we need to turn those off and get these two just to start producing. Let me come to here and disconnect the output route. You do in fact get the drones back. If we turn you off, no, you still count towards the footprint. Okay, let's start storing some stuff. Do I have some spare iron nuggets I can feed you? I have a handful. Let's manually process the rest of this stuff. We have some aluminium nuggets. You can do that. While you do that, I will process... Is that actually worth processing the calcite? The calcite's 5. It converts it into lime. Yes. This saves space. And we don't have any other use for the calcite. And we can now, in fact, start making LUK. Which is... Oh, 3 in 1. To make 3. That's better than the steel recipe. Let's run the concrete. Because we do need a bit more of that. But this should be enough. Do I have a certification? I can't check it. Do I have a certification yet for an additional ship? No, I have one for an additional base. Do I remember seeing one for an additional ship? I'm sure there's one somewhere in the list. Let me move this up so that you can see the progress bar. Right, yes, we still need to do one more trip with this. Back over to Obsidian. Okay. In fact, since that actually is there, because that page, or that window, also has this tab open. Quartz powder silicates, but yeah, it's blueprint loot level 3. And this would be a much better way to produce concrete than the way we're doing it at the moment. Because we get 7 out of 1 silicate, whereas we get that out of that. The game hasn't exactly been forthcoming with about how we find blueprints. And the other thing we can use this for is that. Okay, so we'll stash the quartz for now. So yeah, I don't like this that kind of information being obfuscated, because it makes it hard to know what is useful to keep. What else can I and should I put in here? This can go in here, this can go in here. We need to keep a hold of that. We can set it once we're done with it. Can go in there. Oh, can I not put that in storage? We can't put it in storage. So the only thing we can do with it is sell it. Okay. Hopefully we can still use the recipe after we sold it. Our neighbour's online again. Or is around again. Jam all of this in here. Actually, concrete doesn't want to go in there. Concrete goes in the other one for the time being. Mostly for storage reasons. Lime, wire, metal sheets. Silicon gel. Metal sheets doesn't go in there, and wires doesn't need to go in there. They can go in the other one. Just because we're starting to get space limited in there. Put the ingots in there, the spare ore in here. And we managed to fill it. Need to go get some more carbon. Let me grab the silver back out of here along with the carbon. Can we fit the quartz in here? Yes. And the spare stone? Yes. How about that? Good. Keep the small missile airframes for the time being. Let's see if we can put those in there. Okay, let's fall again. Turn this to make me... I think I've gone past it. Solid explosives. Give it everything that we have. Turn it back on. 6 minutes per run, but that's fine. We need to leave for a while anyway. Okay. Concrete can go in there. Do we have enough now? We have enough concrete. For this. It's magnetic coils that are probably going to be the pain. Let's grab what wires we have. And see if we have the resources. We made them in batches of 2. So we should have grabbed the nuts and bolts. We need 40 by 5, 100, 200. 200 wire, 40 ingots. 40 nuts and bolts. I don't know if this will have the storage space for it. 200 wire. We can only put 100 wire in. 40 of those, 40 of those. Oh, we didn't bring the iron with us. Iron. That's the wrong way around. 40 iron. Hello, neighbor! Let's store the rest of these back in here. We throw the iron in there. Let's add a route for the wires. Pull it from there, and you should now make 80 of them while we're not around. Although you're probably going to take a while. 7.5 minutes per. It's not going to be done by the time we get back, but it will make a start. And that gives us opportunity in here to throw away those. Can I store the drones in here? We can. Good. Okay. So, the plan is we need one of these to double the amount of footprints we have. Once we can double the amount of footprints, we will claim one of the other mines. We can then set up all 3 of these and the 2 mines to run flat out. Basically, one of these will supply 1.5 of these. In order to get that to work, that's what these are for. These will allow us to have 5 drones assigned to them. 2 inputs, 3 outputs, 2 mines, 3 smelters, Bob's your uncle, Banner's your aunt, all done. The problem I can foresee, though, is that with these things taking 10 per, we're not going to be able to exploit the other ones in a way that we can make good money, or in a way that's going to allow us to keep the what's it called, the footprint down to a minimum and still be able to do other things here, because they're 5 apiece, so it's 20 for all 4 of them. They're 3 apiece, we need 6, so that's another 18. And then we're just not going to be able to have enough assemblers, I don't think, to use them all, but we'll see, maybe. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. One thing I will do while we're here, and we can... because I can't get the information on this without being able to build it. Its footprint and power consumption, so let's grab this, because it's part of the plan to do this today anyway, even if we don't build the shipyard. Okay, that completes that part of the quest. The next part of the quest wants me to what? Craft and install ship parts on your ships. Yeah, because we're trying to improve it to 800 points. So the shipyard has a footprint of 3. Let's go to the encyclopedia entry. It won't let me. Apparently we can only go to the encyclopedia entry if and only if we can currently craft it. But at least it tells me, reminds me that it's in the encyclopedia. Early access game, some of these things will likely get ironed out. That gives me a footprint, but it doesn't give me a power requirement. Because it doesn't have one. Bugger me. I kind of expected it to require power. I'm not going to complain. Power is the thing that's a problem at the minute. Okay, so we can get carbon from the other planets. I want to try that again. You're not hanging around it, are you? No. I could have sworn I had dive bombed this already to try and find what was there. Oh no, I remember we did it on stream. There's a it's an aquamarine crystal, isn't it? If memory serves. I want to say it's that. Yeah, it's that. Don't use your boosters. We need to glide down. Clay shells, bauxite, ferrite. There's a crash ship down here as well. What was the thing that's here? Oh, clay shells. We can get them from here. We just need to put a bigger battery in the ship. Because they require missiles to destroy, so that takes no power. So if we can double the amount of batteries we have, then we can get down to there and blow some of them up and then leave again. And there's 4 things over there, so let's see if we can't figure out what they are. Where are you? Thought you were supposed to be that way. We are going over here for the carbon, but we... Oh no, we also found, or we did see what was on this planet as well, and it was the crystals, which we couldn't harvest, or couldn't even scan them. Game, can you render that correctly, please? No, we cannot. Okay, so this one's in the dark zone, as is this one. The blue one might not be. That's... Blue one might be on the edge. That's nearer the South Pole. If we can find one of these that is towards the edge, then it may actually be exploitable. And I vaguely remember it was crystals. And if it was, then that means we actually have a healthy supply of copper in system. If. Big if. Okay. There. I don't think that's the one. Still not rendering correctly. I'll have to go down and have a look. I'm enjoying it well enough. I don't know if it'll last long term at the minute though, because I'm playing it solo and definitely seems like it's designed to be played more in a larger corpo. that was the blue one. And that had siderite and graphene in it. There's another one nearer the South Pole. Sodding. I do not like that they put auto-rotate on it. I think... Stop rotating. It makes it a damn sight harder to keep track of. Positionings. Oh, it has multiplayer, that's what I mean. I don't know how it's designed for multiplayer. You can join a solo corpo and maintain it. And if you want to have a lot of bases, that's the only way to do it. But you need to get these, which requires corpo credits and requires an upkeep. At higher levels, a lot of upkeep. And I don't know how easy that's going to be manageable solo. Because it's rotated me, I don't know if I'm even... Which is the North Pole, which is the South Pole? If we assume that's the North Pole, then we actually want to be heading this way. There. This one's trickier because I think this one is right on the back side. There's really not many resources in this one. And that is the green one, okay. The red one is nearer the North Pole. At least it's now illuminated correctly. Ah, there's emerite in there. So we do have emerite in the system. But that one's more of a pain to get, because that requires actual mining with lasers, which will chug through the batteries. So we may actually need a carbon generator to do that. Where's the planet gone? There it is. Can't tell, it's too dark on that. I think this is the one. If not, we're going to have to adjust slightly. This might be the blue one again. It might be on the wrong side of the planet. The fact the camera keeps, well, the ship keeps auto-rotating and making it bloody hard for me to keep in my head what angle we're at. Okay, this was it. Good. There's a shipwreck here. Getting back into orbit's going to be a pain, but never mind. Ferrite stone is what's in this one. So if we can solve the problem of getting to or staying in the night side of a planet, then we can get emerite. It's good to know. Gathering the wire probably isn't worth it, but the scrap isn't helpful to us at the minute. We don't have a recycler. That's useful. Have everything that is obviously useful. I could really use... I mean, these are good. They're steel. They're steel beams. We're going to need a lot of those. But what I actually want, if we could find any... is the aluminium plates. Motors are also good to grab. I found some motors, but they're fairly big and obvious. These things, I want more of these things. Stainless plates, that's what they're called. Requires a recycler that we don't have yet, so I'm disinclined to grab it. We don't even know where we can get the recycler from. Aha, another one of you. Don't know what we can do with the black box data yet, which I think is what this is. No motors. What's in the box though? This usually has a bunch of stuff. Hey, range patch. Just increases max range by 50%. Pretty good. I don't know what I'm gonna or what I would want to equip it to, but that's pretty good. Actually, no, I do know what I want to equip it to. Is there a better one coming along anytime soon? I wonder. Don't see one in this list. Not upcoming in either of these. I would want to add it to this. Now this is durability though. which means I shouldn't use it on that. Not until we can make more of them. Is there no goodie box? There was a goodie box in the last one of these we found. It had a whole bunch of things in it. Doesn't look like it. We've probably not got everything from here, but... Okay, we're almost out of power, so... So I figured out that if you run out of power, your ship only goes... Let me show you. We go full throttle forward and try to get out. Then we'll use all the thing, and our speed will be limited to 15. However, our reverse speed... Oh, damn it. I thought the reverse speed was still 23 when I tried it earlier, but no, apparently not. I did manage to get it going. Vertical thruster, which is 15 anyway. Yeah, okay, now. They did think about that. I thought they hadn't. Damn. Little bit of extra speed to get out of a planet when you run out of power, because you're in the dark side and you're only running on solar panels. Oh, that's right, we need to craft a quantum beacon still at some point. Okay. Light side is that side. We need to get some carbon. So yeah, we don't have a source of copper on this map anywhere. Which is fine. Both systems in either direction have reasonable sources of copper. But at least we know we have a source of emerald. We have an easier source on the map next over, but having it here is potentially useful. I don't want outposts, I want actual coal nodes. Nope, that's ferrite. Iron is the one thing we don't need. More ferrites. That looks coalish to me. Excellent. That's ferrite. That's ferrite. That's coal. And all of a sudden now they're going to give me multiple mining attempts on them. No more immediately nearby. Some over here. There's a bunch over here. Excellent. That's better. Graphite crystals are good. They get more carbon out of them, I believe. Am I right on that? Oh, good, and that's completed as well, so we can actually... What are these? Wrong one. Why do I keep doing that? Thermal suit chip. Accessory increases the suit's insulation capacity both against high. Multiple chips can be applied to increase effectiveness. Okay. I wish it would tell me how much of this ore I need to bring over to do this research. It does not. We are at break time. More carbon over there. Good. Okay. How much aluminium do we need to start making these? Not that much. Basically 4. The support hardware is cheap enough. It's this is the expensive bit. Okay, cost-wise, you never want to make these. At least early on when steel and aluminium is a problem. Because the bigger ones just cost more support hardware. And that's cheap stuff. That's a little bit of copper and then something that any material you can make silicate out of. Silicone ingots out of. And you get twice as much system support from it than you do for these ones, which would cost more, or to get the same amount of system support would require more casings. Okay, so always make the ones that are size 2. I think at this point we probably have enough of everything but aluminium to both increase the tier of our first base and put down a shipyard. I think we're good on the steel. A little low on carbon, but that's easy to collect, and there's better places than this to collect it, and we can collect a lot of it per trip versus the aluminium. So let's head back to our base, or the planet our base is on. Well, grab some bauxite from over there, because that gives us some amount of aluminium. It's not great with aluminium, but it gives us aluminium. We'll fill our cargo hold. Get ourselves back to... Where are you going? Get ourselves back home, get some of that processing. Our laser's going to break soon. This is why I crafted a spare. Because, was it last night? I think it was last night, after I'd done streaming, the laser started to break. And I foolishly allowed the... I foolishly consumed all of the quartz I had and allowed the laser to break before building a replacement, which made getting the 2 quartz I needed to even start getting the new laser a real pain in the ass. So always keep at least 5 quartz or 5 crystal catalysts or whatever they're called, crystal focuses, or just keep a spare laser. Shove it in a drawer somewhere. That's what I've done. Got one back at base. So when this one breaks, we can just grab that. Hopefully we'll have enough resources at that point to build the shipyard, so we don't actually need to leave this sector to replace, to swap it over. Although it wouldn't be the end of the world if we do have to, because we've got some other business back at the nearest station. I'm going to go this way. We do need to decide whether we want to go for a double copper base or a copper and aluminium base. I think we should probably go copper and aluminium. But we'll see what's available in the next system. Maybe we'll find something even better. Maybe there's titanium there. I doubt it. I think we've probably got to go further away for titanium. Hopefully then we'll be able to make... Or once we've got the shipyard and we actually start making the bigger ship, we can actually make this thing not overheat quite so badly. Actually, we're out of inventory space. Back home we go. Take a parabolic flight because it's faster. And lament the fact that the game is auto-rotating the ship. Not quite out of the atmosphere. There we go. That's better. My cup of tea is empty. As a Brit, this makes me very sad. It is a problem that can be resolved, though. Okay, you are running. Is that because you got filled up with iron? I don't think you should be making iron that fast. I did forget to... You are full of iron, yeah. I did forget to add the roots to you. Grab all the iron out of it. It's not like they can run at 100% 100% optimally at the minute anyway, because they need more than one of those to supply them. I left them over here. In fact, that can get moved later. It's in a weird place at the minute, but it can get moved later. Let me have the 2 drones out of you. And then drone dispatch. Set up an input route. You are grabbing iron nuggets. And an output route for iron nuggets. Okay. It uses 1 extra drone to do this, but it does allow us to feed 2 things into 3 things. Which is what we're using it for. Okay, and the main 2 drones can go in there, which gives us the 5 that we need. Actually, we should take those out of here. We'll need to make a couple more. Because we do need to get this to start shipping that into there. And that into there so that they don't backlog. We need to be making a cup of tea so you can be doing something useful. You process my iron ore. That has spare iron nuggets in it. Give that the extra iron nuggets we have. Let's give this We'll throw all the carbon in here that we can. It shouldn't use it. And you should be... Yeah, you're chugging along. That's fine. You keep chugging along. We'll use this for the aluminium ore. I will process the aluminium nuggets, although we didn't actually get many of them. And I will take a break. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Get myself a fresh cup of tea. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back with a fresh cup of tea. Let's see. Where we're at. You didn't quite finish making all the iron. So I am just going to grab the rest out of here, and we're going to pre-configure you ready for the future. Going to need to probably grab the resources out of that as well. Okay. Let's see what we do and do not have. We have enough silicates to make some more concrete. Just want a reminder as to how much thermal sheets we get out of one ingot. We get 2 out of 1 ingot. Just for information for later, if I manage to remember. Okay, let's put graphite crystals in here. This thing's almost full as well again. Second black box. Okay. Did I grab some wreckage by accident? I did do. Gemstones in here. Wires, metal sheets can go in there because we don't need them. Okay, we can turn this off now. We'll do the rest of this manually. We are going to need the wires then. Do we need metal sheets for... I don't feel like we need metal sheets for them. I grab them anyway. Just grab them. It doesn't matter. They can go back in here later. We can carry an unlimited amount in our inventory so long as we're not in our spaceship. Which I appreciate. I very do appreciate. Okay. From here, let's throw the silicate in here, the spare carbon in there. It's now full, so I want to get out of here. Grab the iron ingots. Grab the steel so we have it. What stainless plates we have. What structural beams we have. What magnetic coils we have. Grab the missile frames as well. Let's grab... Get the missiles made first. But magnetic coils and 45. We have 15 aluminium in our inventory. We have 45 aluminium. We have just enough, I think. Working on the assumption that we don't accidentally make some other things with them. We do need to make a quantum beacon. equip the quantum beacon using F. No depot was found nearby. Take off and find another location. And gather information about a deposit. That can wait. Right. How many magnetic coils do we have on us? 24. We need 80, I want to say. I moved you. It's over here. I'm watching you. You weren't there a second ago. 80. Oh, we already have 5 staying this. Oh yeah, we have 5. We need another 24 or another 45. That's the thing that's going to take take a hot minute. We already have the structural beams, thanks largely to finding a couple of shipwrecks, because there's a lot of structural beams around there. Now, if this is 1 unit in size, put it over here where I'm keeping track of. If this is 1 square in size, then I'm probably going to put it to our immediate right. So where we're looking at the minute is where the base expansion thing will go. And then the shipyard, I think I will put behind the... either behind or to the side of the current... what do they call it? Landing pad, that's the one. Almost there. Okay, that's that. Damn it, we're 1 short. Why? Did I math wrong? 15 ingots here. Maybe it's copper willow on. Ah, no, it's because we need 45. We have 45 copper ingots, but it's made in batches of 2. We need enough to make 46. Damn and blast. Okay. What's the shipyard take? Shipyard's going to take another... I think we do have enough steel. We're going to need some more concrete. Okay, let's put... if they will go... the concrete in here, the coils in here. We can't put all of that in there. Damn it. Okay, let's pinch this back out again. Carbon in there. Stainless plates can go in here. Structural beams can go in here for now. Explosives can go in there. The rest of this... Actually, let's put the steel beams in here as well. Okay. We'll make some more missiles while we still have some of the explosives, because the missiles themselves don't take too much space. We do need to get the metal sheets back, though. Yep, sheets go in. Let's set this up now. Okay, our inventory is mostly empty. Do I have a reason to disappear out of here for a bit? Not until our mining laser breaks. So we'll go find some more bauxite, go harvest that. Up until the point that our mining laser breaks, come back. That will get us enough aluminium for the base upgrade, at least. The sun is there, so I am going to go this way this time. Just to get a little bit further away from our base, around. forget, is there a crystal that gives aluminium? Hematite gives iron, aquamarine is silicone, azurite and malachite is copper. So there's not a crystal that we've found that gives aluminium. Well, this planet has aluminium on it. It's not exactly a good planet for aluminium, which is why we're probably going to go with a copper aluminium mine for our next one. Particularly given that these rocks give as much iron as they do aluminium. I get the feeling we've come back to the exact same spot we was in previously. Yes, I think we have. We only have one of them. Yeah, I was wondering whether or not, whoopsie daisy, the quantum beacon was a consumable. But it must be. Otherwise it wouldn't have a ×1 on it. Meadow shells. It doesn't have any aluminium. That's a shame. So I was just looking at these, trying to figure out which one is going to be the best planet to go for. I think this one. Out of the planets we found so far, if we can, because, well, this one is good because this here is where the, sorry, wrong screen. This here is where the emirate is, and you can just get access to the nodes that are here without needing to go too far away from the light side. So you can nip in, nip out, recharge, nip in, nip out. So it's mineable without needing a bigger battery. But if you have a bigger battery, you could just grab them all because of how close it is to the light side. But there's no, what are they called? There's no deposits on that map. So that being the case, this one here has a similar advantage. This is where all the brassy outcroppings are, and some of those brassy outcroppings are within range of, or actually in sunlight. But the rest of the planet has coal clumps, or there's also coal clumps and graphites up there as well, so there's more coal. So if I could find an aluminium copper deposit somewhere around about here, then that puts anything here in nice enough range of the base that's there. But we'll see whether or not there's anything good in this system here. Will be the plan. Oh, lasers broke. That's as much as she wrote. Okay, that'll be enough aluminium for the expansion. Probably not enough, nowhere near enough actually, for the next thing. Let's put 12 in there. Let's get you going. That's iron, aluminium. The sun is trying to blind me. 1 second, please. Defensive curtains have been drawn. Spam bots seem to know when I'm streaming to attack Widescreen Gaming Forum. Did that person get kicked and banned? No, they just got auto-modded. In fact, they only did that 20 minutes ago. Let me see if we can see that message anywhere. Nope, all their messages have gone. Fast message spam, fast message spam, fast message spam. How old is this account? Probably a hacked account. It's joined ages ago. They've never sent any messages. Kick them. Suspected compromised account. Been on the or they'd been on the Discord server for at least a couple of years, so I suspect they were a compromised account rather than a bot. Okay. Just do all of it. 54. Need another 21. To build the shipyard as well. And this is going to make us run out of copper as well. It's fine. It's all fine. We just have to collect some more resources at a later date. Okay, the aquamarine and hematite is in my inventory. Which means they want to go in there. Okay, that's all of that. Just get rid of this concrete. Grab all of this. And the rest of this. Where is it? Excellent. It is just one in size. Oh. Do I need to power you? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we can now get a total of 800 experience from here. And our footprint has been increased. Motor. Mine. There's one there. There's one there. We'll grab this one, though. Hopefully that's still in range of this. I don't... Oh no, we did put a spare drone in here, didn't we? No, it's being used elsewhere. We need another drone. Another couple of drones. What are we missing for the drones? Metal sheets and nuts, and we have more than enough to make 3 more drones. How many do we need? We need 1 for there to here. That's already connected to here. Then we need an output from there. We need 2 more. I don't know if there's a range to the drones. One, 2. And then add a 5th drone route. iron nuggets from here. That's all of these fully supplied. They should now be running at 100% efficiency all of the time. Let's add an exit route to there. Let's power that thing down. It's not doing anything, but we can power it down. I don't think we can remove the recipe entirely, can we? No. Okay. You're not animated, but I assume you're... Ah, no, you won't be running in a minute because you don't have any power. We have the cables on us. Okay. We do not have enough power to have another mine. We would need to add another, at least one more pair of solar panels, or one more solar cell. That'll get us enough power to run one additional mine. Actually, no. If we're not running anything else, if that thing is off, we could have another mine. But it wouldn't serve any purpose because these two mines fully supply all three smelters. Or at least they will do once things buffer and catch up. They should do at least. Unless there is something about individual ore nodes that we have not been informed about. This is still 1 every 30, right? Yeah. So these produce 4 every 2 minutes, and they consume 4 every 3. So yeah, we just need to wait for them to buffer, and then eventually all of these will be running 24/7, producing us a total of 1 iron ingot per minute. So I think that's 1,440 a day. And then we can link these up to there to resume production of plates and nuts and bolts. Okay. We have the steel beams for that. We're short on the concrete. Let's just make sure we haven't left the concrete somewhere. Ah, yeah, the extra concrete we made, we used to build that, so we do need more concrete. Okay, again for now, since this has the storage space in it, let's just throw most of that in here. We'll keep the stainless plates in here as well and that. Those we don't need anymore. So they can go back over here. We have 30 missiles. We still don't know what to do with the black boxes. So we'll keep a hold of them here. Let's grab our spare laser. Grab our spare gems. I say spare. They're literally just there for the money. I'm going to take 2 of these out of here. So that we've kept 10 in here. In fact, let's just go ahead and make our replacement laser. We already have the crystallite focuses. So we have everything else as well. Albeit they're in here. Sheets, nuts and bolts, wires. I don't think we need ingots themselves. In which case we may as well put the spare laser back in there. Make small kit. Simple laser. What are we missing? We do need an extra magnetic coil. That does need an iron ingot. When I can move stuff, that's going here. But that's going to be a while yet. We should be able to do that next week. I should have got the tech points by that point. Okay, there's our replacement laser. Okay, let's put the rest of these materials away again. And make ourselves some additional missiles. For which we are going to need the iron plates. Did I leave any iron in here? No. Okay. We have enough for 2 more. We'll have a 10 more. In fact, 15 more. Okay. We do have the energy to jump over to here, or the fuel. To jump over to here first. So we can get some more clay shells. Remind me what else we get from clay shells, game? Calcite. Slime. aquamarine. And some kind of gem we haven't found yet. Or mineral. And this, which is the main reason we're going. I don't think there's any way we get the 50 aquamarine we need. How many do we have? 22. Nah, we can deliver them later if we need to deliver them later. Radar patch range. It is a radar. But when we replace our radar, I think we'll put the radar patch on. How damaged is it? You. You know, given how long this is going to last, let's actually apply that patch. So we'll bring this with us. And just for the hell of it, we'll also equip the heat absorption to the laser. This system had copper aluminium deposits as well, didn't it? Yeah, this one does. Okay. We can remove those people from our to-do list. Oh yeah, we have one more restricted zone contract we want to do. Which could use... we're here now anyway. Could use too much inventory space. Locate the nuggets. We need the aluminium nuggets. Maybe we should have brought our spare aquamarine with us. I think we can actually loop back. I think we do have the fuel to go back to our base if we end up with 30 aquamarine. We've got 11 now, so it's very possible. That's 4 nodes, right? Yeah. There we go, emerald. It is researchable. Given its position in the research tree though, I suspect we only need the one of them to research it. Six aluminium nuggets. It's only a little bit more than 10. We're actually dangerously close to being able to afford a shipyard. But we do have other reasons that we want to go over. I'll go back to the main civilization. Okay, we'll get these two, and I might grab some more sulfur on the way back. Change my mind. I'm going to keep going until I have enough aquamarine to get the next level of that research. We have the missiles. It drops them plentiful enough. Actually, we should do the math first. I'm almost certain I've made it back to my base from here and to there with this much fuel, but better to be safe than sorry. 20 plus 32 plus 15 plus 17, 84. If we're unlucky, we may fill our inventory before we manage to get the aquamarine. We may have just got luckier earlier with how much aquamarine we found. It's 20. We had 22 back at base, so we need another 8. Well, these 3 is closer. This one is. Running out of inventory space. We're gonna have to drop some things. Damn you, we need one more. Thought occurs to me. No, it wasn't here. I remember finding the aquamarine ore or crystal in world, but I couldn't remember which map it was on. I was hoping it was this one. It wasn't. I don't want to get rid of the nuggets. Let's drop some of the kaolinite. It's the main thing we get from these. And well, we are going to need a bunch of it. We need a bunch of copper, or more. We need more what's it called? We need more aluminium than we do it. There we go. Okay. Lighten the load. Bang on 300. Okay. At this point, we can probably take the missile launcher off as well. Hello, game. No, it isn't. It's bang on. Strongly disagree, game. It is bang on. Fine, I will drop one more. There, you happy? We may actually have enough stuff to make the shipyard now. How many plates did we have left? Ah, no, we're not going to have enough copper. We have 140 aluminium nuggets, so that's 30 more aluminium. It's a little more than 30, but I'm rounding. I think we still need to go back to the station to process oh, that's iron nuggets, aluminium nuggets. I'll just throw them on there. I think we still need to go back in order to capture the gear, the equipment. Oh, and we don't have the concrete either. We're missing the copper, we're missing the concrete. The copper we may be able to do something about. Particularly if we're heading back to the base, the starport. Yeah. Maybe not. Not yet, at least. So, 20 AKU. Okay. It's 3. So we need to use 12. Beams, 4 plates. Maybe. We'll run out of resources to heat dissipation, heat generation. Heat generation modules automatically activate the heat of the ship when it gets too cold. Because obviously I've made mention of the gems that we can find here in this here. All of those. Another place we can find all of those. This planet here, right next to the station. It would be, oh, that it's, the copper would be further away, and it's going to be less useful once we've set up the second base, because once we set up the second base, we're making the copper and aluminium anyway. Nah, building the shipyard's more important. That might be the first thing we build or make once we've built the shipyard. But building the shipyard is more important. And we do need the concrete. So, okay, let me grab the aquamarine. We only need 50 of it. We may as well bring all of this. Calcite can go into storage. We'll turn it into lime later. All of this wants to come with us. May as well bring this with us. The missiles can go into here because we're done with them for now. Let me, because I can't see from here, oh, new mission. God damn it. That little ship is going to be very, very busy for a long time. This one here. Once it's delivered to there, then it's got... Where are all of these? Zoom out there a little bit easier to see. One there, one there, one there, one there. One there, one there, one there, one there, one there. What's our route? I think we go to there, back to here to refuel, repair, and then go doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop, and then back again. That's going to take me like several days, a couple of days probably. With an empty hull, it might be faster. It may just take me one day. Anyway, that's not why we was coming here. Can I link myself through to... Crafted by, used in laboratory studies? No. Okay. Database. Kaolianite. Okay, it's only used once, we need 3. We don't have any other ore to process, but we can always get... We have the beams, it's the stainless plate we need. Did we leave any in here, or did we put all them all in the thing? We put them all in there, okay. Let's grab the copper we have, the aluminium we have. We need 30. We have 9. So we need 21. They're made in batches of 2. So 21, 22, 11, 22. They will likely not be done by the time we get back, in which case we will finish them by hand. Now our inventory is mostly empty, so we can actually go and do the upper restrictive zone to get that quest done. Fully loot that, and any spare inventory space we have remaining we will use on silicate on the way back.
station.
While I'm here, we do have a quest to take a tier 2 thing. You look remarkably familiar.
Is there any way I can help you?
You sound remarkably familiar. Your name is just different, though. Can you request
Oh,
a little?
of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
You have a tier 3 one, not a tier 2 one. That's an unreasonable amount of that stuff to ask for.
Your corpo is now committed.
Okay, first things first, the laboratory. We have 2 things to process. One of them will take a minute and a bit. The other will probably take 2.5 minutes. So let's do the one that'll take a minute and a bit first. Slightly mistimed it. Then we'll do the Emerald one, which is 2.5 minutes. And during that, we'll sell everything we wanted to sell. We'll patch the 2 things we want to patch, and we'll put all the stuff back on the ship. And then we'll come back down here. What do we get for emeralds, I wonder? Probably, I'm going to get more silicon ingots. Okay. Emeralds? Nope, just a lot of science. 200 science, and that's 5 minutes. That is more time than I need. Okay, sell the broken laser, which is the one with the least expense. Sell the blueprint, because we shouldn't need any more, I don't think. All of our gems.
Hey, you're new here, right?
Okay, sensor, patch it with the radar, apply. Missile launcher, or rather the laser, patch it with the heat absorber. This one we're going to have to keep and then see whether or not we get it back when we recycle it. But I've not seen where the recycler is yet. This can go back front and center since we don't have the missile launcher equipped at the moment. This can go back over to here. Confirm. That should help. Okay, anything else? No, we just need to process the aquamarine. This has not been 5 minutes. Actually, since we have a little bit of time, I'm curious.
Do you need any help?
Locate
Just tell us
something.
what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Resource. They can only get in the current sector. And these are the deposits in the current... That's a little cheaty. That means there's no copper deposits in this sector. But we can't look for pairs, anything along those lines. Unfortunately, the sector I'm in does not have a starbase. At least, that's what the game told me when I went into that sector. Two minutes. So, chat, how are you? You doing alright? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Let's have a poke around here. It's not recycler, reprocessor. Scrap. Recycling plant. Page not found. Unlock, can unlock. So it's data mined. A whole bunch of wrecks and things, but nothing we can currently do with them. Give me that research point. Okay. 2 hours, 40 minutes for 70 science and nothing else. I don't suppose I'm going to be able to make emeralds. But it looks like emeralds only goes up to 2. We have half the emeralds we need, so if we really wanted to get a massive amount more research points we could do. What would we unlock? Extra ship. We also get an extra ship if we get one more level of exploration. How far are we from that? Is that they all engines? There's our next scanner. That only has 500 durability though, one slot. Heavy. FTL engine class 2. Optimal up to 5,000. Does it give us that recipe by base? I think it must do, which makes it a pain to search. Eco FTL engine. Class 1. Doesn't list any kind of weight limit. Ah. Okay, right. Okay, Kapoor, Skax, Cortalis, Crimo.
Port cleared. Do not die.
Probably gonna get a load screen here. Okay, and it was in this system. Over there. Forget what the other thing I get from a sandstone deposit is. Oh, it's just silicate. That need exploration rank 2 to go to. I kind of want to go to there, but we don't have the exploration rank yet. Can I see the location of the restricted zone before I go down? No. Okay, so let's go down over the top of a point of interest so we can get some of the exploration done. If we're going to land on a planet, we may as well get as much of the exploration done while we're here. For the experience, if nothing else. There we go, we have fully explored the planet. Jesus Christ. Everything was in range. We have... Oh, this is actually a pretty good planet for us to gather the other things we need. It has sandstone mounds and sulfur or sulfuric stone. And in fact it has... Where is the thing? On this planet it's not in range. That way. Did I just fly over the top of the thing I was looking at? No. It has triple sandstone. So if you wanted to make a concrete production facility, this is not a bad planet for it. This was only 30 away, it's not worth making a parabolic flight. Parabolic flight. Jumping puzzles. Oh, we're sprinting by default. Okay. There. Okay, right. FTL patch. Magplasma what? Storage? Consumption. I don't think I've missed any other than that one over there. Broken ladder. Okay. Warehouse pass. And something that we haven't found before. But I think it's just something we can sell. Blueprint? No, but another FTL patch Magplasma. No blueprint. Exporting data. Complete. Do you want to download the exported data? Yes. Why else would I export it? Okay. That's the same information we already had. Do I need to have both on me to be able to read to? Huh. That's half our inventory filled. That's that contract. Discover more and complete more restrictive areas. So it now wants me to do 6 of them. That is a task for me over the course of the week, not for me on stream. It does have a patch slot. These all have 2 patch slots. Okay, they're within our capability to make. This is going to be the most annoying part. But everything else in here we can make. So they're doable once we have them unlocked. I wonder what we're going to get first. Research or this to get our extra ship. Hey, right. Point 1 per sulfur. I did leave you in the middle screen, okay. High right. Oh! So the information I was looking in the wiki for is actually in here. So we can make this using sulfur. That's profit per sulfur, right? No. Is it 10 or... It's 4. Okay, no. It's a loss of loss. So I don't know why you'd want to grow crystals then. Craft 40 of them with 200. No, that is a profit. My brain farting. 40 times 4 is... No. It's 160. It's not profit. Not profit. We make a loss. But if you can find a sulfur vein, then I suppose you can use that to make them, although I don't know why you would want to. Either way, they're not as dense as just raw sulfur, which is what I was trying to figure out. Stop giving me other random shit. I want the silicate. I actually want the silicate. Silicate's supposed to be the only thing you drop. Decent era. I think we actually do have enough silicate at this point. We've managed to get 35 somehow. I'm guessing there must have been some that we got from inside that facility. Let's use the remaining space for sulfur. Cinnabar. That's mercury. If only the research lab wasn't running for 2 and a bit hours. I'll get that research between this episode and next. In other words, a week away. One more. Close enough. 299.8. Now we need to reverse the trip we used to get here, so I think we head that way. Loading screen. Okay, we have about, in theory, 50 minutes left in the stream. So, we will plan on trying to get the shipyard up. We're fairly sure we've got the materials to do that. We don't need any extra copper for it at the moment. Making a bigger ship is something I'm going to have to do between episodes. I can't not build it, but I don't think I have the time to collect the extra resources to do it now. We'll see. I do want to get that last system explored just to see what's there, and I want to lay down the second base. The only reason we need to go here is to refuel. Although we do have some random bits and pieces. We do need to pick something up from here. We need a new station core. Aluminium scrap, huge electronic scrap. cloudy gemstones, fair gemstones. So we need to sell those. We may as well put the FTL patch on. We have 2 of them now. It's going to be a while until we can upgrade the FTL drive anyway. Okay, we want to sell these. We want to buy one of those. How big is that? That's only 5 units. That's still going to put us over size, isn't it? We can process some materials to shrink down our cargo space. That'll do. Load the ship, edit the ship, take the drive off the ship, confirm, confirm,
Hey,
patch the drive with that, go. Every little helps. Drop that back into its booty. % fuel really isn't much. The jump would need to be 20 to save 1. We went to the wrong system. Bollocks. We wasted fuel. Okay, screw it. Order of operations change. We're exploring first. There's 5 planets here. This is too much. Too much to explore. We only have an hour. Okay, we'll go for the green one first. To identify a point of interest that's been pasted on the map. I think that hilly area might be a point of interest. No, I don't think so. Wishful thinking. More things to find. We have ferrite stone, hollow outcrops, ferrite outcrops, and then whatever else is here is on the dark side of the planet, but apparently isn't within the point of interest. There's no deposits here, right? No deposits in this one. We did actually land somewhere near the center of the light side, so it's going to be faster just to go up and over. We weren't heading in the direction of a point of interest, so... There's not going to be one around. Looks like we have just the actual ore on that side. Okay, next one. That one's hot. Hot is going to be a problem. Depends how hot. What happens if we put a base on a hot planet, I wonder? Actually, this one here is now nearer. But over here first. We'll go down around the shaded line, the shadow, where the shadow starts. Maybe we'll be able to ping some things on both sides from there. How hot is hot? How quickly is it going to try and destroy my ship for this? Because the cold planet freezes the ship pretty damn quickly. But it doesn't have to go down very far to freeze. Dense copper deposits, coal deposits, iron deposits. And then 3 things in the dark side of the planet. Crashed ship over there. So it doesn't heat us up too quickly. We're not going to be able to mine on that planet until we have better gear. There's too much haze, we can't see where the point of interest is. We probably need the red one. Oh no, they're not on the dark side of the planet, they're just in the points of interest. I don't suppose. No, the iron comes with the coal, and the copper's just 4 dense copper next to each other. Okay, there's the point of interest. Nice and big. Hopefully everything is in this one. Saves us the time if it is. We'll see. No, everything is not in this one. We're going to need to go to the other one as well. Although we've not actually found anything in this one. Coal clumps just spawn naturally, so whatever is in the points of interest is in the red point of interest, not this one. Okay, to the orbit again. Why did they decide to give every single planet an atmosphere? Is this going to be another copper hotspot? Ooh. Stuff we've not found before. What, pray tell, are you? Tungsten. Apparently something else though. We didn't... Oh, did I miss it? Oh, we did get it. So this one's now done. We probably want to go to that one. Hey, it doesn't matter. Let's just go to the nearest one. See a point of interest on it from here. On either side that we're looking at. Gonna go with there. Looks unusually knobbly compared to the rest of it. This planet has dense copper, ferrite stone and outcroppings. Everything else is just around the planet somewhere. going to the dark side of the planet, so this is probably not the direction to go. Never mind, we found everything. Copper. Just basic resources. The basic resources. So, nothing too special here. The other system is looking better. Again, I can't see a point of interest, but let's go down somewhere closer to the edge of the day and the night side. Again, yeah, this is a point of interest. That's everything. What have we got? Grassy outcrops, white ferrets mold, clay shells. So you have all of the basic resources in this system, at least. Copper, iron, aluminium, coal. Plus the thing you need to make thermal plates with. And you have the purple stuff on 2 different planets in 2 different, or in, well, on 1 planet in 2 different forms. The only thing we've not found anywhere in here would be aluminium deposits. And that's one of the things we need. Oh. Have we now? It's only the second time. Did I miss the message where it says the server was going to go down? Just confirming plan here to here. Right, yeah, back to the exchange. You. Back to the exchange. You know what? For the sake of being able to try and get you a little bit further, because I know I've got a whole bunch of fuel there. Burn some fuel to get there quickly. I think the instance died. Just our instance? I'm not seeing people on the Discord complaining about it, so I think it must just be our instance that went down. I am still streaming, right? We've only dropped 500 frames, but that's 500 frames out of 1.2 million, so I don't think it's a connection issue on my end. Not unless they've banned me for some reason. Let's quit out. Restart the game. OBS, the game's running again. Thank you. Yeah, it must not be a universal problem because it's not been mentioned on Discord yet that it's gone down. There we go. Someone's mentioned it's gone down. Yeah, it looks like our quadrant specifically has gone down. Oh, they say someone just got back in. There we go. And it hasn't rolled us back. Good. At least I assume not. Yeah, that's fully explored. So, unless this is a really good candidate, it looks like our second base is going here. Okay, I'll come down at the edge. Since we can't see a point of interest where we were. Ferrites. Dense copper deposits. There's something on the dark side, but there's also something else on the light side. So, not a planet for us. That means we found where our next base is going to be. We just need to see if we can find a location nearby that. Come on. We found this. Tag it. There's an outcrop here. Okay. There. I think. Maybe not. Dip down, ping, head up. there it is. It didn't say the resources were in here, but it's as good a place as any other to scan from. Oh no, it is in here. They are in here, whatever they are. Okay, break, ping. Get pointing vertical. Okay, that's a little annoying that we don't carry the momentum, at least a little. We're just instantly at 15 if we run out of power. It's fine. We're high enough in the altitude that it's not going to take as long to get out. Okay, so nothing of interest here. We need to head back home. We need to get our shipyard built. And then build our second base, but that's going to require that we take one more trip back to get fuel. So we need to make sure we have everything we need to build that base. Assuming we actually have the concrete. So we're going to want enough for 2 drills, 2 smelters, the core, wiring, and power poles. We may not have the concrete. In spite of all the, or in spite of coming with the amount of silica we have, we may not have the concrete. It's going to get us another 50, but I think we only had 13 here. We need 90 for the shipyard. We may not even have enough concrete for the shipyard. God. If only I had the blueprint that allowed me to make concrete with quartz powder. Concrete would not be a problem anymore. The game hasn't even told me how to find blueprints. We can make lime, but we also can't turn the lime into concrete. Yeah, 65. Another 15. We've got 6 left in here. I'll grab those and do them manually. Okay, we'll have the 90. That's not a problem. So we'll get our shipyard. Okay. Can I set you running on something? That's right. You're actually almost done. It was making stainless plates, and we're 1 short now. And it will be done in 30 seconds. In order to have enough power to fully process this base, we would need another 4 solar panels, which alone is 40 footprint. We can't fully power this base off solar panels. They are not strong enough. How big are you? Figures? I expected as much. That looks reasonable to me. Huh. We can't load that ship over there into here. Okay, we have to request docking into the shipyard. Now we can edit the ship from here. But we can't repair it. From here, we'd have to take it back. That's annoying because it took damage in warp getting here. But okay, we have our shipyard. We can't do anything with it at the moment. We do not have the time. So... what are we missing? Son of a... right. Throw the wires in here. Those in here. The rest of that can go back over there now. Actually, let me grab the sulfur out of there, because we have that over there making explosives from it. And as far as I'm aware, we're going to be using it for sulfuric acid eventually, aren't we? Because I've seen sulfuric acid mentioned. It's a required component of batteries, isn't it? So where the devil do we get the recipe from? I didn't think sulfur was... It's not a research of pyrite, is it? Let me check the... Okay. We collect it from a pool. Although we can make it. Permit. Water, sulfur, sulfuric acid. Huh. Where? That's the liquid extractor and bottling tank, and then that's the chemical factory. Can't see it over there to the left of here. It's not there, it's not there, it's not here, it's not there. That's where Mercury is. And bending beams. If it's a permit, it's not listed here. Permit vitriol, vitriol bottling. Permit that unlocks this. Category resource. Yeah. I can't see this anywhere. Unless it's here. Strange. Okay, yeah, we'll load this up with the rest of this for the time being. Although that's about to run out of carbon. How long does this have left? We can't see from here. We'll bring a Cinnabar with us, just in case. Missile launcher can go away as well. As can the FTL patch. And we can sell that beacon data. I grab... We now have the company 2 was sitting in there. Yeah, I don't think it liked the fact that I took this out of my inventory. But why the hell would I keep it in our inventory? It takes a space. If it didn't take a space, then I wouldn't mind keeping it. I don't care about the law. Particularly not if they're going to do it that way. In a way that easily breaks. Okay, we need to get lots and lots and lots and lots of concrete. I think we have everything else we need. Let's try and figure that out. So the base deploy kit needs wires, metal sheets. Okay, we have all of that. It's just the concrete. So this is doable with everything we have. We need 2 of these, which is another 8 concrete and 2 motors. If we check drones, that'll tell us if we have any motors lying around. We have 1 motor lying around. We need to make 1 more. Which, easy enough to do. So we can make those 2. Stainless plates, we have 4. Can we make more? We can make another 20. Okay, so yeah, it's just concrete. How do I get back on the ship? We got yeeted off here. Okay, from here. We need to head back to fuel one way or another. While we're on our way back. Grab sandstone. I'm gonna say that one, but I could be wrong. Yeah, this one has pyrite formations and sulfuric stone. That's where the sandstone is. And apparently there's something in the dark side of the planet. Just lying around in the dark side of the planet. Shouldn't have used all the all of my boosts before we got down. Okay, we should be able to get fairly low before them. We start losing power. We are now in the night side. Let's go up a little bit. There we go. Whatever it is, we found it. Oh, it's those again. Okay, let's load up with sandstone. memory serves, these are actually not a terrible source of sandstone. I feel like they only give two things, sandstone and their dust. Whereas these seem to give so much extra random rubbish. Oh, complete one level 2 plus corpo request. Doesn't have to be a level 2, just a level 2 plus. Still, 500 hematite, that's a ridiculous amount. I suppose the problem with these is they take a little bit longer to mine. But I do think we have a better chance of getting sandstone out of these. And you need like 50 of the dust to make a core. Although we are moving to an area where we are just going to be able to mine the cores slowly. Doubly so if we get better batteries. Or more batteries. Suppose the early titanium doesn't go amiss. It is needed for this. Although we need 20 for even one kit. So we're definitely going to need an actual proper source of titanium for any of that to be viable. $37 silicate. Do the math. If we have 40, that's 20, that's 100. We need 20 for that, 10 for both of those. I assume that's 10. We probably have enough. So we'll get these, get over, get fuel, get back to base, load up with everything we need, get to where we're going to make our new base, and plant our second set of boots. And then that will be it for the stream. Where are you? There it is. We do have a handful of things we can sell here, don't we? Did we bring gems? Well, we found a gem, so we do have something to sell here one way or another. We have a spare cinnabar, but I didn't see this finish. Nope.
Docking accepted. Welcome, pilot.
They've done the opposite of me. I put mine on the top. They've put theirs underneath. They've now got skis. While we are here... Okay, 1 hour, 20 minutes. It'll be ready before the end of the night, but nowhere near the end of the stream.
Do you need any help?
Just
Tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can...
Restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
I don't think with where we're going we can afford the fuel to come back that way. Or go that way. I'm curious about abandoned bases. If you're looking for an abandoned base, some contractors are leaving their waste everywhere. We can provide you with some locations if you need. So I will make my way through all of the ones it will give me between now and we have a handful of things to sell. Next week, hopefully we get some blueprints. Hopefully it explains to us a better way of finding blueprints. Okay, sell that. Sell the completed one. And if we need money, we'll just make some missiles. Dock. We've done everything. We just need to refuel and repair.
Is there any way I can help? Oh, of course! Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Just the two.
Your corpo is...
How the hell do you expect us to get 500 hematite?
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
Down. Then it's up. And we'll go to the right one this time, otherwise we'll have to come back to get more fuel again. That's our current home base. Okay, so we need to turn all of this into concrete. We do need to try and find a better source of coal. Is there coal on the planet that we're planning on landing on? There is. It's on, apparently in this area here on the light side. That's something else I forgot to confirm. We can convert... No, we can't. Graphite we convert into carbonic superfuel. There isn't actually a way to convert graphite into carbon, I don't think. Not unless you can just do that out the box. We've overshot. Let me look down. Control system. And it bouncing back. Do that if I'm not in first person. Okay, that's a weird quirk of being in first person view. Okay. First things first, throw the silicon in there. We currently have 4 titanium ingots. That's not enough to do anything with. There's going to be drones. at least 2 drones on the first trip over, but we need 4 total. We'll see if we can't get a warehouse down as well. Okay, first things first. Those away, put that dust away. Put that away. Concrete can stay on us. Those away, we'll keep the cinnabar on us. Grab the iron as well. We almost actually have enough iron for that quest, but we're not going to be able to deliver yet because we do not have a ship that can move it. Although, we can now tear things off that here to change it for however we need to run it in any given trip. Okay, 1 base deploy kit. We're going to need... There's a motor in here. Let's make 1 additional motor first, then we'll make 2 drones. So the thing we're probably missing is the coils. Yep. So that's 1 additional motor. Let's make enough to make another 2, and then we'll make a couple of extra spare. The power poles. So if we make 20 coils in total, that should do us. 1 per pole. We need 15 for these. 5 to take with us. We craft 1 additional motor. Actually, I forgot we have a motor. Two drones. That's 2 motors there. The mines. Concrete, which we only need 10 of. Do we have any plates left? No. 2 plates or the plates we had we used for that. We'll make 10. We only need 2, but we'll make 10 for now. Okay, we have these. We can do that. Let's think about... It's power more than footprint that we're worried about. We are just going to have to feed one of these into each one of these. There's not much we can do about that. Stainless plates don't take much to make in the short term. Yeah, we don't have the concrete for that. It's fine, we don't need it. Not yet. That's a task to work on. Footprint 5, of course it is. 20, 40. The thing that I'm concerned about is we may not have enough power. And if we don't have enough power, then we may not actually have enough, what's it called? Footprint. Okay. This is what we're bringing with us. That's how much it weighs. I think that's the one. Yep. I want to build a base somewhere near this on the light side. Where is that relative to us? North Pole, somewhere in the sun. So the North Pole is there, the South Pole is down here. It's between the two of them. Just do it this way. Fight the game, rotating the ship to make it harder for me to see what the hell I'm looking at. Okay, it's not up here. It's not along here. I think it was on the side that we were on. And we may have just gone past it because of the, we weren't close enough for it to render right. No, go away, clouds. I need to be able to see. Had it there. No, it doesn't look like it. How's the back? Yeah, I'm going around the right side, yeah. That's the bottom of the planet. So it is somewhere along this bit. And then we're just going to have to go down to get it. Get the position of it. I think it's near here. It might not be near enough to the dark side. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay, so I want to build my base in range of this. Nice chunk of coal nodes right there. It's not a nearest pair, is there? Nope, this is the nearest one. The only reason we can see it is because we have double or 50% extra range on our thing. There they are. I'm going to temporarily jam the ship straight between the two of them. Okay. Beacon. Straight away through the middle of the ship. Or put it behind the ship. Okay. Apparently the beacon feature's still there. We don't have any quantum beacons though. Okay, take the quantum beacon signal linked to the beacon back to the nearest mine. Oh, it wants me to sell this. But I'm going to make a base here. It's letting me sell a depot location. Well, that was a waste of time. Because this one's mine. Okay. Gonna bring this way a little bit. Think about this. Because I can't see the range of the base that this will allow me to place. So we need to put one out there. Actually, can I disconnect that wire? Yeah. Okay, we need to set up these first, and then, in fact, we can set up the drones from this side, can't we? That's the copper one, that's the aluminium one. Select process copper ore. Add route for copper ore from there. Process aluminium ore. Add route from there. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes. And let me guess. 1 minute for one. 1 minute for one. So this is a case where we need 2 smelteries. 1 minute for one. To be able to fully process the output from these. Albeit each smeltery at that point is only working at, what would it be? 1.5 or 75% speed. Okay, and we didn't bring the extra drones to do that, but what are we looking at in terms of footprint and power? Power is currently not counting these. That's 8 megaamps. This is going to overload the system the second it kicks off. We need a solar power plant here. And that's 8 as well. What happens if it's using too much power? It doesn't stop. I assume it's running slowly? Yeah, it's still running, it's just running slowly. Okay. So, let's think. The actual doing this part, I will do between now and next episode. Either today or tomorrow, most likely. But we have another 30 footprint spare. Each solar power plant generates 10 power and takes 10 footprint. That'll leave us with 11 footprint spare and will give us 14. Bring us up to 70, yeah, 14 spare power. Which isn't enough to run 2 more smelteries. We could run an assembler with that. And I may want to reroute the drones. This can only have 5 drones on it though. We'd need 6. Because these are going to, or these aren't running at full efficiency, they would need somewhere to store their materials. And then we can pick up those stored materials and manually process them. if we wanted to. This doesn't use any power, it just uses storage. Given that this is iron ore rather than iron chunks, it's 5 apiece. They're only going to be able to store 20 spare aluminium. Although that's going to get, or the spare's going to get stored in here first. I think periodically we're just going to have to come over here and grab the spare and then process it manually. Because we can't set a priority system on the drones. If we could, I would say tell the drones that they should load this up first, then deliver to there. We didn't bring enough for an assembly plan, did we? And we can't see how much power the recipe costs from here. But ideally we would want a couple of assembly plants here. Okay, I think in theory, without needing to get to one of these, but by the time we come back next week, I may have built one of those. We could get 2 of these down and 2 of these down. I think that's still within footprint budget. And hopefully that'll allow us to run something to generate wires and something to generate plates. And then once we've got this, then we can build possibly another 2 more of those. Make another one of these, make another one of these. Then we can process everything coming from these. Which will give us an extra 50% output. I think that's the plan. Let me make a list for that. So, the base 2. 2 solar power plants. 2 assemblers. Make wire and plates. We're going to need 2 drones to go in. No, not right. Not unless we have a second one of those. I'm thinking about how to keep a buffer of copper. But do I need a buffer of copper? The only 2 things it's used for is wires and that aluminium plate stuff. A buffer of aluminium? Maybe. Because that has other uses. Although at the minute only 1. Oh. We are going to be able to make aluminium from emeralds. And aquamarine. We don't have that recipe yet. Permit. Huh. Okay, we're just looking at the more simple stuff. But this is telling us that we are going to need aluminium ingots. Okay, we need aluminium ingots for that. That's an alternate recipe for... Oh, is that what it means by... Is that blueprint though? No, that's blueprint, not permit. Stainless plates. Stainless plates from iron? Blueprint, okay. Watertight pipe is going to... Okay, we do need a buffer for both aluminium and ingots. That's fine. We have 19 spare footprints, 3 for each assembler. So that's 5 spare footprint. That actually gives us enough for a second one of these. Although what I may do... That's 2 units per. So that would only keep a buffer of... Well, no, because it'd also buffer in there. $100 wire is 50. We get through 100 wire pretty quickly. Okay, so make wire and plates. So 2 solar panel mods, 2 assemblers. Ingots to warehouse. Warehouse to assemblers. Assembler to warehouse 2. That should be doable. So that'll be the plan. Okay, we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'll be back again on Tuesday. We'll be going back to our usual schedule of 3 streams a week on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. We'll be playing slightly more, or a game that requires slight more or more thoughts on the Tuesday and the Thursday, and then we'll be continuing with this on the Saturday. I'm going to keep playing this between now and then, so we'll see how far I get in a week. But that will be the plan. So, thanks again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully I will see you next time. Cheerio.